Good morning. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. I stream to YouTube for transparency and accountability. I'm not monetized in any way by YouTube, so I'm in it for your subs and likes, and I really appreciate that. And, comments in the chat are really help. Definitely welcome. I'm not licensed, I'm not a licensed financial advisor or trade advisor. But again, what I do is trade my live funded account, futures account with AMP Futures every day on this stream in detail. What I'm seeing, how the trades are setting up, when I take the trade, what the stops targets are, and how I manage the trade. That's because this is my trading journal. Now, the idea here is that I capture everything I'm watching on my screens, which are primary screens, Bookmap, which is my execution platform, and IRT, my charting software. Both are in central, everything here that I refer to or that you see on my screens is Central Standard Time. And then my voiceover provides what I was thinking at the moment to the recording. This prevents me from having to screen snap and type and do many things that are important for a journal every day. So that's the idea. The numbers now are out already this morning. We had the Philly Fed and initial jobless. Initial jobless claims, the Philly Fed numbers, wholesale manufacturing is only a 2-star, that's Canada, and we got Empire State. We've had some, we are in earnings season again. It's the financials so far. Goldman Sachs, of course, had another winning year. I don't think they've had a losing day on their trading floor for like 7 years or some astronomical thing like that. And this is Financial Juice. I'm sorry, this is investing.com, which is my oldest news source, and which I preferred the format here in the presentation for copying and pasting to Discord or wherever. They've made a change over the weekend that I don't like. It's all bigger, seems much more spread out, and there's these ad things everywhere, which I can overlook the ads, but it's the content that I'm interested in. I don't know why it got so big here, but anyway, these are both free. Both news sources I use are free, and I do that intentionally to make this, as much of what I put forward here on the stream, as accessible to everyone. Now, investing.com and Bookmap are both paid subscriptions, but everything else I try to do is free. You can filter this for whatever you want in terms of your time zone, the filters, reports, part of the country, place on the globe, whatever it is you want to do. Looks like the stream is plugging along. That's great. And the second one that I use, or resource I use, is Financial Juice, which is has a similar calendar function, and it has a kind of a Squawk Box Live feel on the right column. Now, the main difference for me in Financial Juice and investing.com only tracks and reports standard economic calendar events, including FOMC. And they have a real nice feature that if you want to know all about the Philly Fed manufacturing, you can just click on the name. And assuming that the internet works, it'll load. There you go. Tell you all about it. Tell you what it's been back for several years, what the latest reports are, what the results have been, and that's quite handy and I think informative. So you can just click on the name. Financial Juice, on the other hand, does not have that ability, but they do something different. They pull non-economic related events which may have an impact on the auction as they are scheduled. For example, 11:30 this morning, Trump's going to meet Machado. White House, what's her bucket, press gal is going to have a thing at 12 o'clock. These are not typical economic releases, and you'll notice that they don't exist over here anyplace. So there are the two differences. Now, this is really, really important because I hope that you realize we're in a unique environment where non-economic news, sometimes offhand comments or social media tweets, can have a huge impact on our auction. And if you're caught on your back foot, it could cost you your entire account. Okay, that is the news. Let's look at the pre-market. That's always more fun, isn't it? And that comes, I start with my investor RT, which is a Linsoft program. You can see what happened here at about London kicked in and boom, went the market. So we are going to definitely open higher out of range, gap up today, unless something dramatic happens in the next 25 minutes. But you see what happened in the overnight. Yesterday's RTH range, open, essentially 100% long overnight inventory. Now we're going to the moon, Alice. Here's yesterday's high. There we are. I assume this is because of the reduced tensions in Iran, between Iran and the U.S., I assume. I don't find anything else in all of the other news, ground news or wherever else. And that's good. I'm not saying anything wrong with that. I'm just saying I'd like to know why. In a typical environment, I would assume that we were going to have some responsive selling at the open to take profit. I mean, if you, in a normal world, if you were long from here to here, going into a new trading day, I would want to take some profit. Just take something off the table here. So typically I would expect responsive selling to take some of this overnight profit. We'll see what happens. This is the MES and the MNQ and the MES micro composite chart, which is my high time frame view. The way I do this, everything I do is very simple, very data driven, and probabilities and statistics. That's it. Price action, price volume, data driven. Another thing that I should point out now is notice the header of all of my IRT charts. Get away from here. There's the instrument, the chart type and periodicity, and the session everywhere. So it's easy you could always stay up to speed with what I'm talking about here. And if anybody's using IRT or would like the definition for any of these charts, just drop something in the chat and I'm happy to share it. No problem at all. So the micro composite, this is my higher time frame chart. And the way this works is it's RTH session only. These are daily candlesticks. Each one of these represents an RTH session daily trade. Wherever price overlaps, I pull a volume profile around them, and that generates a volume profile POC or MCVPOC volume profile. These high and low volume nodes around these profiles, and high, low, all those other numbers. Now the high and low volume nodes push automatically to Bookmap. as do the session prices. You notice here that we did overlap just a couple of ticks, but for today, I'm going to see what happens. Now we're going to open way up here, and we may trade back and forth, in which case I'll include these into the volume profile and continue on tomorrow. Is there a tomorrow? Yeah, today's only Thursday. Okay. And this is the market profile chart, which is the ES mini, not the micros. It's pretty much the same, and I don't change it. This is the full session. I'll change it to the RTH pretty quick. What are we doing with volume so far today? Hi, Panda. Well, we're at 128% volume over the last 20 days. Yesterday, we were up over 150. And this is the ATR for the 1 minute chart. Hi, baby. Yeah, what do you want to do? Okay. You looking for Antonio? Okay. Okay, so that's how my charting works. And I plot the same exact setup for the minis as I do the micros. Rid of the naked volume points of control. Same exact story. Okay, so no surprises or nothing out of line. Bookmap, the execution platform. First of all, the columns. This is the dome, the ladder, the order book, the price ladder, whatever you want to call that. I call them the dome myself, but shoot your best shot. These are the session prices. These are all of the prices in tick increments. I have them 1 point or 2 ticks over here, so that's what this represents. And these are the resting liquidity or the resting orders at each price level. Simple. This is the micro composite column where I manually enter these values, naked volume points of control. We're going to have a gap high today, gap open. So I've already input the gap low from yesterday, which is the way I look at a gap is as follows. Previous range high, yesterday's RTH high right there, and wherever we open. So the low is going to be yesterday's high, yesterday's range, RTH session high, and wherever we open will be the gap high for today in my world. Do it any way you want to do it. That's everything about trading is specific, and remember that this is my virtual journal. So that's how I do it, and that's how I'm talking to myself here the majority of the time because that's the way I get my thinking into the recording. I'm certainly not intending or implying that it's my way or the highway ever in this stream. Here are the high and low volume nodes pushed automatically from Bookmap and the full session volume profile, which started plotting last night at 1700 and continues through 1600 today. Let me see what this cat's up to. Yeah, she just wants to wander around. So that's the full session. It's the note. It is the full session or the Globex. It's not the ETH. This will continue to plot through 1600 today. Excuse me. This is the RTH volume profile, which will reset this morning at 8:30. And this is my statistics column, which is pretty important to me. I'll tell you that in a minute. And these are the session prices, which are pushed from IRT to Bookmap. Now, if these session prices would be advantageous or of use to you, just like, subscribe, and drop something in the chat. I start publishing these levels at 1700 on Sunday night, continuously through 1600 on Friday, every trading day, every day. Trading day, that is, and I'm happy to share them free, no problem. It comes as a CSV file from Google. No muss, no fuss. I just give you the link. You drop it in your CloudNote column or your program of choice or this indicator, and there they are, continuously. Now, notice there's no indicator on my Bookmap or my IRT. Everything I do, as I said earlier, is just price data, volume, statistics, and probabilities. There's a POC for the full session. POC is nothing more complicated than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session, period. 2,758. The very second that any one of these levels is 2,759, the POC is going to move there. That's it. It's just a marker, period. There's a Globex volume weighted average price. There's a RTH mid. There is a RTH volume weighted average price. And there's the RTH POC. Wasn't that tough? The rest of the levels are just what they say they are. One question that some people have is the initial balance high and low. The high is right up here under the previous RTH high because we put that high in yesterday and never came back to revisit it. The initial balance high and low are only markers of the high and low the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. Nothing more. Initial balance is a name for market profile to make it sound, mystical, I guess. It's the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH session. That's all there is to it. When price opens, we're going to jump up here above there. It'll be the high and the low will be below it. And they'll continue to go up and down until the first 1 hour. At 9:30, they don't move anymore. That's all there is to that. Now, the statistics column is important to me. And the first thing I do every morning is change the name or the title of the statistics column, excuse me, to the expected open type based on statistics. And that is how I do that. Now, it's higher out of range. And how do I determine that? Or how is that determined? If we opened right here, right now, this is current price, how would that open compare to the previous RTH close? Ooh, way down there. So it's higher. How does that compare to the previous RTH range? Well, there's the previous RTH high. So we are higher out of range. Higher out of range. Now we're going to go to the statistics tool and pick up the statistics for today's RTH session. So we need to remove those from yesterday. Pretty simple, huh? And here you go. The statistics come from this study in IRT. Oops. There was yesterday. Here's today. IRT conveniently highlights the correct open type column, but only after 8:30. The study, again, simple, systematic, logical data. The system looks back at the most recent 1,656 trading days. Of those trading days, we opened higher out of range 416 of those days. Of the days where we opened higher out of range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 77.4 times in the session. Overnight volume point of control. And that is just as complicated as it gets. And I didn't get that right, so sorry about that. And then I will just go down the list. Overnight high, 75. One other value that I want to get in here before I have to do another snap is the initial balance. So let's pick up the initial balance low is 60.8. I'll do the rest of these just one after the other going down the list, but I want to do this one. Why did I select and type the IB low? Well, guess why? Remember the definition. When we open, this flag will suddenly start tracking the low of the RTH session, as will the high of the RTH, this current RTH session. So this statistic and this flag won't be here anymore, and I'll be wondering what that statistic meant. I'll know that it was the initial balance low from yesterday. Now, the previous RTH high and the IB high from yesterday are the same. As I said, we didn't come back and revisit anything, so there you go. Now I've got to do a snap here that I do every morning, which is called the TLab. I call it the TLab snap, and it's because I post 2 snaps a day into a Bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab, and it is a as you might imagine, it is it is a Bookmap Discord chat room. Sorry, I was reading something. And it was started and is conducted by a guy named Tom B., who is a self-identified professional trader with 46 plus years experience in these markets. And I have no reason to doubt his the authenticity or the veracity of that. He doesn't post his accounts. He doesn't trade live. He doesn't call trades. But I'm pretty sure you're never going to see a post of a bunch of gold chains or a wrapped Lambo or anything either. So I don't guess that means that he's not real. I believe that he's the real deal, and you got to do that at some point. He has good philosophies about trading and risk and things, and there's a lot of good people in there. Probably one of the more reasons that I used to hang in there a lot and be quite active. Now that I've started this stream and my narration of the market, which is at his suggestion, Tom suggests that continually to narrate your market. I only participate twice, but it's kind of a hat tip to Tom. I post the reports about 6 in the morning, and I make this screen snap report post every day at 8:20, just to give folks in there that don't have all the bells and whistles or charting as advent, access to all the numbers that they might want. So that's the TLab. And as I said, it is a Bookmap Discord place, and I don't recommend any other sites or Bookmap Discord rooms other than that one. I don't, I've been there, I know that, and you're never solicited for anything, and so I feel comfortable saying that that's something you may want to check out. And Tom seems to be an okay guy, near as I know. I've not met him, but, listened to him for a few years. Okay, onward and upward. So it's 8:24. We've done the TLab, the pre-market, the levels, the reports. This is probably pretty important. How do you trade with Bookmap? Well, this way. You need to activate the trade control panel and select a method that you will use to interact with the Bookmap application and trade with your mouse. If you choose chart, the only place you can trade with the mouse is the active data column on the chart. If you choose DOM, the only place you can trade with your mouse are the DOM columns. And of course, both is, as you might imagine, both of them. Then I select multi-brackets because I feel like it is a really convenient and valuable tool. This is where I input my risk neutral methodology to my trading. And the smallest risk neutral package you can use must be an even number, so it's 2 lots. 2 lots, there's the package size. Then you need to have predetermined and select a stop loss for the entire package. And this should absolutely have been decided long before this moment in time. This should be part of your homework. You need to analyze what first criteria, in my opinion, without question, is what is the risk, what are the risk tolerances and parameters for your trading account, assuming you're really trading. Or even if you're doing a prop thing, what's your daily loss limit or whatever they call it. So you need to have that figured in. What instrument are you trading? What's the volatility of that instrument? Those things have to be understood before value is input. In my case, 12 ticks. So once these 2 values are in place, the first risk neutral scale is automatic because it's for half of the package. Remember, I said they needed to be even. It's for 1 contract, and it's for the same number of ticks positively as the stop is negative. The minute this level is achieved, the trade is risk neutral. The worst you can possibly do is scratch, unless you're a complete donut, and move your stop away from entry, which is like the 11th commandment. Then you have the runner, and you can have it set up any gazillion different ways you want to go, volatility, number of contracts, anything. So there you have that. And back to the basic one. In a minute, I'm going to show you about the Execution Pro, which is something I've been working with lately. So there is our package. Now, we come back to the trade control panel here, and we know that that's our package. We also have selected both, so we can trade in the DOM or the chart column, active data column. But we don't need any of the other tools over here because we're using multi-bracket. So here are the trade parameters or metrics, and they're also available or visible up here. You can select, turn these off, on, whatever you want. They're not default. But I can re-click the button. It stays active. The padlock stays open because we've selected both as a method to interact with the application. I get my real estate back on the screen. I have all the metrics I could use, plus I have cancel and close order positions. So we're ready to trade at 8:30 when we open, or, whenever your setup appears. Pretty soon I will go back to the studies. I always seem to get a little long-winded there. Sorry. I'm going to continue now to just input some of the stats until we open. Well, we got about 30 seconds, so I'm not going to get long-winded here. But remember that we are in a gap open situation. Huh? So the first and foremost, previous high is 66.5 or 66.6, and that's right there, I think. So that is, as I explained, what I consider the gap low. That's also the IB high, and now it's the RTH or the Globex VWAP high. So we're going to open in 4 seconds, whatever it is. This won't be automatic, so I'll need to do that. God damn. Darn. Reset now. This is so irritating. I don't know what it is. Problem with Bookmap, but it's just, it can't seem to get its shit together with keeping up with this. Really disappointing. Got substantial lags going on here apparently with data. So freaking irritating. For years that worked without issue, and now all of a sudden it can't seem to get its. Hey, Antonio, bon dia. Panda Antonio's here, yeah. You want to say bon dia to Antonio? She's been missing you, dude. She's been wandering around here all morning. So we're in a gap open situation, obviously, and gap rules definitely apply. Here's previous RTH high, which is my world. I consider the previous session high and low, high or low, as the parameter, and then today's open being the upper limit of the gap. Yes, I know. What happened? I'm assuming that this big bump up and gap is a result of the apparent relief in tensions between Iran and Trump, I guess. Which, thank God for the poor people in Iran. So whatever it is, I hope it's good for them. Now, the next order of business for me this morning is to reset the sessions to RTH only. Notice this is the ETH. I'm expecting responsive selling to take some profit. Now it's just the RTH session, and I'll explain why I do that in a minute, if you care. Okay. Okay. All right. I do that to keep the relative levels of value area high, low, and developing aligned being right here. Now you notice the IB high and the IB low are lined up, right? That's a good thing. So all through the ETH session, the IB high, the value area high and the value area low indicate those values for the previous auction. Developing value area high and low are for the current auction. So all day yesterday and all through the overnight up until we opened just now, the alignment and the relationship of those values have been correct. But the minute we open, we change from the ETH to the RTH, the previous auction then becomes the ETH session, which is not what I or anybody that relies on these levels is expecting. So I changed this session types to RTH only, and now everybody's on the same page. A lot of people use these levels, so I'm conscious of that. And they are not doing any responsive anything at this moment that I see. Here's our gap. Close, high. I go from the high to the open, right? And the open is right there. So that's going to be the world famous there you go. Boom, there's our gap. Gap high, gap low. In my world. And I realize a lot of people do. Some people do settlement, some people do whatever. Remember, this is just, what I do and the way I approach the market. However it works best for you. If you're consistently profitable, absolutely do not change, and immediately get on the chat and let us know what you're up to, because I'd love that myself. Frustrating week for me. I'm very disciplined in that I don't, worry about overtrading or clicking or not following my trade plan, etc. And my trades, the vetted trades, which I am trading at this time, are the initial balance trades. So for 2 days, Monday and Tuesday, there were no trade signals. There was no trades available. And I'll get into all of that, how I, how this exactly how those trades are, how I approach them, what the values are, what I consider, there's only 3 rules, the whole thing. Everything about this stream is completely transparent. I don't think that all that hocus pocus about us proprietary, and if I tell you it's going to dilute my edge, and I think that's just BS. How many of us are there here? There's millions of traders that are expressing their opinion in the market every second of every trading day. And I don't think me sharing my levels and my philosophy or my setup is going to make a big difference. And maybe I'm wrong, but that's the way I approach it. So Monday, Tuesday, no signal, no trade. Yesterday, we had to step away for an important meeting with the government here, IS Immigrations. My wife is we're in the final moments of the citizenship story here. It's taken us almost 12 years. Yesterday was the final appointment for the picture and the fingerprint and everything for the interview and the swearing in for her citizenship. So it was an important deal. About 5 minutes before, I'm watching the market from 5 o'clock in the morning on, and he comes running in here needing some explanation or asking my opinion about something she needed to put in on a form. And during that period of time that I turned around, the market took the IB low, put in the signal. I saw it, put a proposed order. It never came back and took me out. Never came back and took the entry. And I don't chase, and so, you know, there you go. But it was pretty frustrating. So I'm hopeful that today will be different. We have the IB high moving up, the IB low moving down. That's pretty cool, just as they're supposed to around the the volume profile of the session. So far, what do we have? Well, there's 9 and there's 0. So we have a 9.5, 9.25 point range so far. Gap rules are, if the gap closes relatively early in the session, and there's the big vague part that everybody likes to do, and it's not this is Jim Dalton, Peter Sotomayor, whoever that came up with this stuff. It's not something if I could tell you specifically, I would do so, but this is the wording. If the gap is closed relatively early in the session, and if price is accepted in the previous range, there's a very high probability, they also don't talk about that probability, that we will trade across that range in value from previous session. The opposite is obviously true. If we don't close the gap early in the session and or are not accepted in value or in range, then it's a high probability we're going to trade in the direction of the gap. It's like, duh. It's a long-winded way of saying, well, the market's going to go up or down. And that's exactly what happens every day. There's only 2 ways the market can move. It's binary. It can tick up and it can tick down. And that's something you need to come to peace with. With statistics, we can act with this statistics study. We can actually get a little bit of a handle on it. Here is the study, looking backwards at 1,657 days. Here we have opened higher out of range. What a miracle. I was right. And you notice that IRT is graciously highlighted the whole column. You'll notice also that all the text on the levels are black, meaning we have not achieved any of the statistics yet. Once we revisit any one of these levels, it will turn from the text will turn from black to blue. That's pretty handy. So let's see what the probability of taking the IB high is, and it's 63.3%. Looking back over 1,600 days where we opened higher out of range, we closed the gap. So wait a second here. Previous high. No, we closed the gap 65.5% of the time, or 237 days. So it's about a crapshoot, right? It's just a little bit off. It's, 15 points off. Coin flip. There you go. These days, everything is so driven by not so much normal economic news and events, but this random more or less, I guess, political is the way to say it. I don't know. So here we are. There's the open. My gap high. Remember that this is the This is the micro composite all-time high from the 29th in the RTH session. Here we have it in the ETH session. No, I'm sorry. This is RTH. This is ETH. Let's get rid of that then. We don't need that anymore. Oh, I know what the deal is. That's the RTH. The ETH is way up here somewhere. There's the ETH. I think. I'm getting all confused with my stuff here now. I want to know whether that was made in the ETH. There's a reason I'm aware of those values, and I think they're important. There is kind of an unwritten but well understood tendency of the RTH traders. This was probably a lot more prevalent when the floor was active, but they have a big thing about letting anybody in the ETH hold any value, any high level or record, like all-time high or whatever else. So I'm going to get rid of that, and I'm going to have to go back and look if this was ETH or RTH. I typically always put that in there, and that's my bad. I hate saying that. That was my mistake and my bad. That sounds so stupid. I'm not a rapper. Hey, Ron. Didn't see you blow in there. Good morning. Crazy days, man. I'm assuming this big gap up and the change in mood here, ETH is gone, but you can imagine what the price looked like. I was expecting, and still am, some responsive buying or responsive selling to take a little profit. But this is apparently based on the relieved tensions of over Iran. And hopefully they'll get their heads out of their ass about Greenland pretty quick, too. That would be nice. So my gap, once again, is the way I do them, and you do them however makes the most sense to you. In the case of a gap up, the previous RTH high or range high is, I consider, the gap low. And then the open for today, this RTH session, I consider the gap high. Boom, do it however you want. Let's look at this all-time high over here now. Well, the RTH high is 70.25, 70.25 quarter. And so that is right there. I'm going to be sure I'm a good little boy and put that in there properly. There was an ETH high down here that was exceeded, so I'm not going to worry about it. If you're interested in naked volume points of control, there you go. Up and down the ladder as far as you want to go. And I hope I have them correctly labeled over here and dated. I think I have. I try to be somewhat consistent. Okay. There we are. Let's see. Is there any more? Well, again, we have Trump at 11:30, so you can bet there's going to be a bunch of sound bites around that one. And then Susie Cream Cheese is off at 12. I don't think she ever. Maybe it's just my selective memory or whatever, but I've never noticed any big market, auction disruption around the press conferences. I don't think. Just in my recent memory, or my memory. If you know if that's not right, let me know. Yeah, it's Black Rock guy. Somebody should drag him out and shoot his ass. What emotional sound bites for the mass, huh? For the base. What incredible. I wish we would get back to that. Or maybe we never were, and I was just too stupid to know. I don't know. I like the days when reporting was reporting, news people were real. You could depend on the news to be actual, factual, not some made up spin crap. I like those. I miss those days, frankly. And here we are with the stream trickling along. Biddy-ba-doo-doo. Yep. Okay. Are we going to close the gap? Ooh. Pins and needles. Here's that responsive selling. I'm a genius. I should put all this behind a paywall. So, you know what I haven't done yet? What a bad boy. Blue Boy has not been summoned to our assistance here yet. Oh, I'm asleep at the wheel. Yeah, absolutely. Blue Boy. Obviously, nothing more important or mystical than a vertical line. But it's important to me because it's a visual cue or clue. If I glance left here in Bookmap and I see the Blue Boy, I know that the entire session so far is in my view and that I've got the proper understanding of that. That's really important in my world, my trading opinion, is to be in alignment with context. I'm not a counter trender or a bottom picker or a top picker or that stuff. At this moment, what I am is I'm only trading structured, vetted, statistically vetted trades that have a positive expectancy. And those at this moment are the initial balance trades, a continuation or a failure from either the IB high or IB low. And I get put in an uncomfortable position sometimes because I've never been a breakout guy. I've always actually, in years past, I actually had an error code for breakout because, in my opinion, I had recognized that whenever I tried to get on a breakout, it was a FOMO, Now, with the initial balance trades, obviously, the initial balance continuation trades are breakouts, both of them. Price comes down to the initial balance low. Let's imagine that it takes the statistic. It trades up here, doesn't have any more longs coming in, and they continue on the continuation trade. On the other hand, you have the failure, which is what we're sort of seeing here. If you imagine that this is the initial balance low and the statistic is already in, i.e. it's past at 9:30 Central Standard Time, we couldn't get below it, and we're going to trade back up or mean revert. Outside in. Outside in. The IB failure trade is nothing more than a mean reversion setup with a fancy name hung on the initial balance. So there you are. uncomfortable or not, if I get a, if context is in this direction and I get a initial balance continuation trade signal, 1, 2, and trigger, I take it. So what is going on now? Have I done gap rules? Doodly-doo-doo-doo. Forgot to put the open in here. Well, that's my chapter markers. Obviously, the stream is 7 hours long every day from 8 o'clock in the morning when I start the pre-market through the cash close at 1500. So I don't know about you, but I'm never going to review the stream for all 7 hours. That chapter markers are real important to me. That's another reason I streamed to YouTube originally, was that I can review the streams on any device. I do have a commitment to never take a trade off the stream, and therefore that's why the stream is 7 hours. When I first started this idea, I thought, well, okay, a couple hours and then I'll do this. And then I would come back in the office and there would be a trade set up, and I couldn't quickly get the stream going to uphold my commitment to be transparent with every trade. So the obvious solution was to keep the stream up for the entire session. When I was in KL, I used to be exercising in the mornings, and I'd be going up this. I used to do about 4,000 steps in our building. It was really great. And I'd listen to different trading things. Obviously, it's 12 hours different, out of phase. It's Malaysia's 12 hours from Eastern Standard Time, depending on daylight savings or not, because they don't do that. And there was one guy in Trades by Matt that I used to think was kind of funny, and it was a stream that I don't know how the hell I ever bumped into it, but I got to notice, and he was always, he'd be in a big hole at the end of his stream, which was only an hour and a half or 2 hours long. And then miraculously, the next day was always up. And it was like, well, yeah, I got on I traded out of that hole, and I got back up to, $1,200 or $3,000 profitable. And I thought to myself, well, if I ever do this, I'm never going to do that, because that's just, even to an old cowboy in Malaysia, that was pretty, pretty obvious. And it was a prop account, and it was a combine. So, wow. But he's gone on to do great things. He's the big shot front man for Apex, I believe. Probably making millions of dollars. Good for him. He lives over here in Austin, it's a Texas place. It's actually the capital city of Texas, if you're rather than Dallas or Houston or Fort Worth. So here we go. Not a whole lot of, determination to close that gap. And that's the first 30 minutes in the bag. So we got the A period if you're a market profiler. Well, let's hear a little jazz this morning. What do you think? I got to get speakers in here. I don't know. It's completely quiet in here. I don't hear the music at all unless I put my headset on. So we don't have any news on the horizon that hasn't been already whammed. We do have Trump at 11:30. So this is Machado. And here we are. Yesterday, today. Go figure. Let's see what's going on in this world, okay? And guess why it's not here? Because it's a big gap up. There we go. This is my back testing and live forward testing. Forward trading, I should say, I guess. Tab. Again, I'm only trading the vetted trades, which are the initial balance trades, and you know, it's old news to anybody that's been here for a while. Been monkeying around with these fractals, trying to figure out a good programmable signal to keep aligned with context. I have two problems. Obviously, whenever I trade manually, or when I see a signal here from the system, this is, let me point out right now, simulated within the IRT ecosystem. I can push it manually to the AMP account if I wanted to. I don't want to, because I'm not confident enough with what's going on with these systems. I'm just, I'm no code wizard here. I'm just an old cowboy from Montana that figured this out. So these levels on the chart are just custom indicators I created to see or to verify visually that the rules being activated or actioned by the system are in the right place, or at least where I expect them to be. And so I don't want this thing sending trades to my live account, because this is my live AMP trading account funded by my money. I guess you can probably figure that one out. I do have the commitment then that when a signal occurs here, I replicate it manually in Bookmap. That's how it's working at this point. I would love to be able to just turn this thing, use the old Tom's analogy and have an ATM in the basement. Wouldn't that be a pleasure? But then there's reality. So that's where we are. These are the rules of the system. The first, I'm not very creative about naming either. So the rules go like this: A, B, and trigger. And the first rule is the initial balance statistic as defined by me, which is not, it is the exact same price, exceeds the initial balance high or low, but I have a little more context around it in that I want price to be moving in that direction. So the previous bar to the signal bar needs to be open and close in the same direction as price. Whatever, we'll talk about it later. And then there's a B, which is a continuation or pullback zone, and then the trigger, and then Bob's your uncle and you're off and running. So when that happens, I enter a trade live in manually in Bookmap. Well, that's the idea. And anybody, again, if you have IRT and you're interested in this trading system or anything here, charts, whatever else, let me know. And like, subscribe, and drop something in the chat, and I'll hook you up with the definition here. No problem. Chart definition. And all you have to do with the chart definition in IRT, open IRT, select that definition, and just drop it on the program, and boom, it'll be right in front of your face instantly. It's really an amazingly well thought out program. Piece of software. I think mostly done by Chad Payne, who is no longer with them. But there's a guy named Eddie. And then Bill Lynn, of course, is the founder. Notice that the pullback and trigger zones aren't here because it's not 930. Remember the definition of the initial balance statistic? There you go. And what is that statistic? Let me, at the risk of boring Anthony and Antonio and Ron to death, it is the following. Every day in every open type, and I look back 1,600 and something days, right? 1657-ish. Yes, earlier this morning was 56. You can, as long as you want. The most probable statistic to be achieved in any one of the 4 open types is the initial balance. And all it is very simple. At some point between 9:30 this morning Central Standard Time and 1400 this afternoon Central Standard Time, in other words, in the RTH session after the first 1 hour, there's a 97.6% probability that price will revisit the overnight or the IB high or IB low. That is the statistic, period. Then, then we go on to the B stat and the trigger and etc. But that's the initial balance statistic as it's defined by the study and by, the vast majority of people. As I said, in my world, on the trading side, on this side, I have a little more context involved to do with the momentum and the direction of the market. But I mean, the basic principle is the same. The price has got to exceed the initial balance high or low. In my case, it needs to have in the case of the initial balance low, for example, you need to have an open above and a close below the initial balance low. Then the bar previous to the signal bar needs to have an open higher than the low. In other words, I want price to come down here and take this level out going like this. I don't want it to come up. I don't want it to have one up and one down. That's indecision. My thinking, just, thinking out loud. And boy, am I open and receptive to suggestions. Absolutely. Boop. This fat yellow line over here in the market profile is current price, by the way, and the little star. I try to keep all the colors and stuff pretty much consistent across both platforms. The IBs are green. The developing volume point of control is this yellow line, and the regular POC is, the fixed at where we are currently is red, and then the VWAPs are the purpley looking color. And so it's consistent for anybody, and most specifically the old guy here, And also I should point out, I guess, that you don't see the zones here to do with the initial balance trades, but at 9:30 they will push across to Bookmap. So trying to do everything I can think of to make this, besides profitable, consistent is really important to me, and that's why I base my stuff here only on the back tests and the specific rules. That's where I think a lot of people run into trouble, is even though they're trying to back test something themselves, let's talk about that for a minute. Okay, if my rule says that I take the IB low, high above, close below, previous bar needs to be high above, close, in other words, the open higher than the close. Well, so easy as a human to do. Well, this one here, let's pretend this took the IB low. It's okay, it's did that. No, it's not okay. And those, when you're doing when you're doing statistics, those little nuances, those discretionary variances from the rules just completely negate the work that you've done capturing the data set, or for sure those trades need to be thrown out. That's, in my opinion, the great part about backtesting and using a backtesting engine within a computer system. When I pick this, set up a backtest and click backtest, you just stand there. The computer goes through each 1 minute bar or whatever you have the periodicity set at, and it evaluates every one of these rules. And it doesn't say, well, I'm going to go ahead and do that anyway because it looks like the right thing. No, absolutely not. Think about it. It's a computer. If the rule says this, this, and this, then that's what happened. And that's how you can get a consistent, dependable, reliable, statistically significant data set for the backtest. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it, by golly. And maybe I'm full of crap. I'm going on what I've read and heard and learned from the most successful traders in the world that I could find. This is not some epiphany that I had. This is, based on Jim Simmons and Tom Sosnoff and guys like that. I figure if a guy starts with however much money he had and has a consistently profitable business over a couple of 3 decades and ends up with billions of dollars, he probably might have a secret, might know something I don't. So I figure that's a good place to. A good, source to rely on. And here on the stream, I will never take a trade that's not vetted, isn't fully explained, charted by Bookmap, which is a very, in case you're not aware of it, it's real clear entry, stop, targets, price movement, all that stuff. We'll never do that. Never. Oh, it's a structured trade. Yeah. Well, okay, let's see that. So easy to say one thing and the thing that I find sort of strange about a lot of people that stream, supposedly, live trading, verified, and blah, blah, blah. I'm not joking when I say I'm just an old cowboy from Montana. If I figured out how to do this live and I'm sharing it with you guys, anybody can. And OBS is free, mind you. So is YouTube. Bookmap is not. IRT is not. If you could use Tradeovate or whatever, Trader, whatever, what's that thing? Trading View or whatever else, free thing. But if you're trading live and saying that you are, then why the hell aren't you doing that? It just doesn't ring true to me. I don't know why. My suspicion is, and I guess it's just because I'm, suspicious, and I've lived a lot of years and I've seen a lot of bullshit go by. There's a reason. And I don't care if it's a AMP account or live trading or whatever else it is. At least if you're trading live in the moment on the stream, that's what you're doing, I think. I don't, discount the fact that it's a combine, for example. If they're trading live and all of their data is displayed, well, then there they are. And I know there's all kinds of conspiracy theories about, he's got 2 accounts and 2 screens open and going along one short the other and whatever else. Maybe they do that. Seems like a lot of freaking work to me to be that tricky. But then I guess they could, I guess people make a lot of money from YouTube subs. I was shocked, but this weekend or sometime the other day, I saw something about this Mr. Beast guy who, started out by just counting backwards from 1,000 or something like that. And that's how he got his channel going. This guy is worth $2.4 billion now, only from YouTube stuff. And, the spin-off from that. That's a hell of a lot of money. I was shocked. I've heard stories about people that are, offered 20 grand a month to, recommend their followers to go to some brokerage or whatever else. And I thought that was a lot of money, but wow. So if you guys want to get about let's Let's get together and get a couple 100,000 or 1 million followers here, and then I'll split the money with you. I'm sure somebody's figured that one out at some point. Boy, look at that profile. This is, well, it's pretty visual here as well, but look at this. And what have we got? We're still in a 15 handle range now in the IB. Boy, if that's not a balanced profile, I've never seen one. A little bit of kurtosis, taper on both ends is good. It's even more pronounced over here, I think. Now, in anticipation of the initial balance trades, which I've been talking about, which trade would be logical to expect in a session like this? What have we been doing all day? We've been doing mean reversion. Balanced trade. That is the IBF. That's just, I think it's real important to just have this stuff systematic and logical. So we are in a real tight range. Again, being systematical and methodical and, rule-based is important for me. And there's a lot of very successful traders who are 100% discretionary, and good for them. I wish. That's how I've traded a lot of my life, and that's why I think this is important. I don't know many people who have long-term, consistent profitability that do that. I'm sure there are. When I'm saying I don't know. Oh boy. This is a lot of fun. Now, what's going to happen here, boys and girls? Oh, look at there. That's absolutely nothing more than price extension. The IB high will continue to go up, as will the IB low continue to go down for the first 1 hour. We've still got 5 minutes left. So that's nothing. That's just a typical, well, in Rod's world, in Rod's IB 30, that would be one. No, that's one. Because Rod's IB 30 statistic is that the high or low of the first 30 minutes is frequently exceeded by the high or low of the second 30 minutes. So there you go. A little tidbit there. And this is a real dangerous market, in my opinion. Now, having said that, remember that scale is all important in why I talk about that. First of all, notice how we're not moving much. And this is 10 points, huh? Nearly. So that's enough meat on the bone, I guess, for a trade. Depending on how you have it set up. What I will do now that we're getting close to this is verify that I've got my checklist in place. There's both. By the way, you can trade with your keyboard, absolutely, if you've got the hotkeys set up. I've done that a lot of my life, but I'm trying to and have pretty much switched to the mouse here in Bookmap and both, where I use the chart active data column. I believe it's faster and more accurate. Maybe not faster, but trade placement is surely more accurate that way. You just need to be very, very, very aware that if you accidentally click any place in this column, you've got an order or a trade on that you may or may not have planned on. So, and obviously that's the voice of experience talking. So there we go. We're set to go. Assuming we get an IB. Assuming we get the initial balance statistic. And another one of the benefits of trading vetted, pre-identified setups is nothing is a surprise. You're not hurry, scurry, and blurry or gunslinging or any of that noise. That's fun. And it's an adrenaline rush. And if you like to do that, it's like going to Vegas or whatever it is. That's fine. Again, this is not my way or the highway. This is the way I'm approaching this, and that's why I'm talking to myself. If we get the initial balance statistic, then I will go, okay, great. There's one. Let's see if we get 2B. If we do, and we get the trigger, bam, Bob's your uncle, we got a trade on. If we don't, we don't. And Monday and Tuesday, we did not. And I'm perfectly content to stand here and follow my plan. There's something I should, there's something worth saying here, I think. That's important. Depending on, no matter where you grew up or how you were raised, everybody is raised I think, with a certain work ethic, kind of this instilled day's pay for day's work. Your, reward is equal to effort in some regard. That's not the case in trading. Very definitely not, especially when it comes to clicking the mouse. People feel like they're standing in front of the screens, in front of the monitors. They got to be trading. If they're a trader, they got to be trading. Nope. If you're a real trader, in my opinion, you spend most of your time and effort doing your homework, vetting the trades, identifying your rules and your trade plan. And during the live market hours, your job is to stand there and trade your plan. Period. And the first rule of that plan, of course, needs to be, and it's the first rule or tenet of trader, is to preserve your account and then to grow your account or compound your account. You can only do that with risk management and in my opinion, a predefined and understood plan. So there you go. In 15 seconds, we're going to have the world famous initial balance statistic hot and heavy, baby. Bam, there we go. The IB statistic is in play. The IB high will no longer go up. The low will no longer go down. And there we are. And where are we? Where are we? Smack on the middle in a narrow range. So there you go. Now you notice that these lines and levels have materialized over here. Look at that profile. Wow. That's scary, isn't it? Vesuvius. And here they are on Bookmap. It's also time probably for my daily speech or daily reminder to myself about do not trade in anticipation of a statistic. Any statistic, but in my case, the initial balance. Do I imagine we're going to take the initial balance high? It looks like it down, doesn't it? Have we taken the initial balance high statistic? Absolutely not. If you got long right here thinking, oh boy, we're going to the moon, Alice, you might be having a different opinion here pretty quick. And again, do not trade. This is based on my experience and my data. You know, I've thought I was going to be a clever boy and get a head start, and then I got, you know, clever salt pounded at my clever backside. I need to think long and hard at this moment in advance about this range, the range requirement I have mentally. I used to have it hard in my trade plan, but mentally it is essentially that in order, no matter what trade setup rules that validate an entry are in place, the final cut was the range requirement, and that is there an unobstructed path from the proposed entry to the first risk neutral scale? In other words, in my case, with this setup, 3 points. So that would be okay here, because assuming that we get an IB high, further assuming that it's a reversion trade, so we come down to the pullback zone, come up to the trigger zone, enter in here somewhere short. What is that, 9 to 5? So that's more than 3 points, because this is an obstacle, developing value very high. That's just, you know, thinking out loud in advance. And I would have to say that I would not be keen to take a long. If the system takes it, okay, but I don't think I would follow suit with my live account. This doesn't make sense to me to do that, you know? After all, it's my money. If it were a prop thing or something, who gives a shit? Are we going to take the high? Well, let's get long, baby, and see. We're going to take it. Let's go. Come on, everybody get long. Maybe not. Now, there is the initial balance statistic as per everybody. And assuming that we close up here, this will be an A signal. There you go. Because the statistic bar, open below, close above, and the previous to the signal bar, open below, closed above. So that is a verified A. Next order of business would be a B, pullback, and then a trigger, because I don't want to be going long. And let's see if I can figure this. Oh, I don't want to do that. God damn it. IRT really doesn't like. Really doesn't like doing this stuff in the heat of the battle here. So there's the A. We have the first signal up here. Flags are set. If we get a continuation zone and a trigger, it's a long. If we get a pullback zone and a trigger, it's a short. That's how the system is set up. That's how these rules are activated. And again, I would be real hard pressed to take a long, which is what we're probably going to get signaled here in a minute. So let's see. Yep, we're set up to trade. Yep, we're set up to go. Doop de doop de doo. Yup, yup, yo. I was going to open a portfolio here and see if it tracks that with this. Let me just see if I can do that. Portfolio, boom. Simulated, boom. Open, boom. Close, boom. Now, I don't know whether this, I don't know, have any idea if this is going to work or not. So this is just kind of a maybe. I'm not even sure I want it on here, to be honest with you. I'm going to do this right here. There you go. I was curious if I just let the system run, if it would record that stuff to a portfolio as you would expect. They're pushing it higher, which is not a surprise. And here I sit, you know, with my monkey boy going, ooh, I don't like the idea of this being a continuation trade or a long or any of that kind of stuff. And that's none of my freaking business too. Here we go. Thank you. They're going to maybe answer the question for me. What I was going to say is it's none of my freaking business to have opinions. That's, now we're in there, and Bookmap is IRT's trading behind us. Bookmap is now taking the trade and in almost to the trigger. Haven't got a trigger yet at the open, but that would be a trigger. So there is a trigger and there is a trade.
Order submitted.
Now, it is in the direction of, it's short, right? This is how Bookmap plots everything. So we'll see what happens. We got the trigger on the system as well. So that's pretty cool. Whether it's going to happen or not, who the hell knows? Oh, almost forgot the timestamps. I'm gonna go get some water. All right, there's a risk neutral scale, T1. Okay, isn't that wonderful? Isn't that fun? And I had forgotten to activate the damned the trail. The system is also in a trade at the moment, right over there. And I'll explain why it didn't enter here when I did, as soon as I get everything organized here. Now, one of the things that I've done on the trailing system in the statistics is that once T1 is achieved, I trail the stop to break even. And so I'm going to be real careful that I don't screw up, and I'm going to do that right there. That's part and parcel of the trade plan that's being executed on a thing over here, IRT. And now I should trail that up once again, and I will. I should have my Execution Pro activated over here, and I screwed the pooch and didn't do that. It's got a break even, and then it's got a trail. It follows however you want to set it up, but it follows in. Yeah, I better do that too. Trying to keep the timestamps going correctly. Have no idea if we're going to swing down here and take out T2, but it's looking kind of likely. Should I trail it again? That's the next question. And there's T2. What's going on here? Cap locks. Get my fingers off. So there you go. And it'll continue on to the initial balance. Now, if we take them both, this is about a 32.4% chance, I think, if I remember correctly. And you notice over here that something happened. We haven't gotten to T1 yet, T2 yet, because the delayed entry. And I'll explain why that is in a minute, but there you go. And I'm real curious. Let's see what this freaking thing's doing. It's doing nothing. Okay, so I'm getting rid of that because that scares me. I'll tell you, there we go. And we took so we have T1, T2, and there it is. So successful. And we'll do the screen snapperoonie over here. I do this. Hold on. I do this every day. I mean, every trade. As part and parcel of the transparency. You'll notice that this is about as anal as you want to get down here to the millisecond on entries and exit times. Everything to do with the trade. And is it continuing on? Yeah. Yeah, baby. There we go. I feel pretty good about that, by golly. So that's 60 ticks, which is $75, of course. $750 on a mini, you know. And in my life, my environment, that would be a very sustainable result. No, what am I doing here? Oh yeah, here's the post to TLab, well, Static. Sorry. Now we are we picked off another A on the low side. Will we get a B and a continuation? And I'll have to stop and think about if I want to participate in more of these trades. And I'm upfront here about, do I want to do that given the nature of the profile? Oops, given the nature of the profile. And it's gone long. Right here. And let's see what it does. Let's see if it gets scaled. While I'm busy talking and screen snapping, that's happened. That's maybe worth explaining that this was the first A signal, okay? Then no trades are taken because we're in, or signals fired because we're in a trade. So it's taken another one here on the A side, long, off the bottom. I'm not seeing the B though, which has got me confused. Oh, no. I might have to look at that signal. That signal is not making sense to me. But it's long and it's scaled and it's risk neutral. There's the entry. There's the scale. Risk neutral. Can I replicate that manually? No way, Jose. And so I'm not going to try. And this is another reason why this is happening in the simulated environment. So that was, yeah. And now we're just to point this out. I'm confused. To point it out, I'm confused. Oh well. Hey. Well, boy, there's a couple of mean reversion trades for you. Wow. And that little tag right down there is what took out the system on the other side. Right there. Wouldn't that have been pleasure? Well, it was a pleasure anyway, but here we are. Notice now that we have another A short side over here, because the fact that we had these happen reset the flags. I think could get another B down here and then a trigger, and I have to give a lot of thought whether I want to enter that or not. I'm kind of thinking not. Not seeing what I expect. Excuse me. Should have a B signal here if I'm not mistaken. And something's gone wrong with the B's. They're not staying where they belong. That's the B. There's the trigger. Why is the B value not staying there? Well, I tell you, I haven't got this figured out yet correctly. Let's see what the hell goes on here. As I said earlier, these are based on nuance, you know, high or the close compared to the low, equal to or greater than, equal to or less than, that kind of thing. And these are all things, obviously, changes that can be made, tweaks, optimizations, whatever. But I can only do them during the homework period, and the first thing you do to be systematic and accurate is you do a back test, no changes. Then you change that one specific rule and you run a back test. In other words, if the rule says the low is below this line and you want it to be below or equal to this line, then you make that change and you run the backtest. Does it make a positive change or not to the expectancy? That's the only way I know to do this. I know for a fact that that B disappearing was because it's intrabar and the close has got to be below the open. Now it's gone long. Or has it gone short? It's got... Now I'm all confused. Yeah, short. It's gone short up here. So this B, there's a difference between the rule and the signal because they're two separate things. The signal just doing nothing more than plotting these. Am I talking here? Yeah, plotting these signal markers. That's all it does. It's got nothing to do with. They have nothing to do with the trade. Here's a short that's been signaled and gone. B, trigger, short. And if you want to look at that on IRT or whatever this thing is over your book map, there's the A, the B, the trigger, and now it's short. It's just a trading commando today, so I need to change that B marker rule. And why didn't the 285 reset to 0? There we go. Okay. Likely going to get another at least scratch out of it. Maybe a T1, T2, you never know. Disappointing that those signals disappeared, however. And changing them after the fact does no good because they just, once you save it, any of them would go away. Because the rule there needs to be a flag here in order to activate that signal. No hint of closing that gap, so be aware of that, and I'm expecting that they're going to go up. They're going to go in the direction of the gap. That wasn't the trade I took because it wasn't signaled, but that's my expectation. So that short has taken a T1 now, so it's scratched if whatever happens. The downside signal is apparently not working. So there's the B for this A. There was the trigger, and there was the long. And it's underwater at the moment. And I'm pretty happy to be just sitting here being very careful. So 10:30. Well, Tom time. Okay. Well, it's still chugging along over here. Really need to figure out how to get that trailing stop coded in there. This will be a stop here pretty quick, if it isn't already. Well, it seems like we got another A going on here. It's having a ball. Well, we've had 2 targets. Scratch. Scratch. Stop. I would love that if it were, if the portfolio was picking all that up, that'd be great. I don't know why it isn't, but anyway. I'm going to stick with this and hope for the best. And we have a VPOC migration on IRT, but not on Bookmap yet. Right here. Right there. Mm-hmm. And how that can be possible, I'm really not sure. To be honest with you. What's more important is that per the session prices, it's not migrated over here either. So, yeah. I don't know. I don't know. I don't understand that. And it migrated here also. So, all right. Why it's not? Oh, there we go. It's so it's migrated here on Bookmap now, but Bookmap hasn't gotten their act together yet. Okay, I was a little curious about why that had happened on the 1 minute, and it's likely because of the maybe the wrinkle has an effect on that. Maybe. I don't know. Well, we're long and running here. It says, let's see if that B holds its ground. Ooh, tweezer top or whatever they call that. Whoever the hell they is. I'm pretty happy to be out of the fray here, I will admit. I'm a little bit nervous when Captain Chaos is getting near the near a microphone moment. I'm getting sort of confused about what it's doing now. Important to remember this is a gap up, and we're sitting on 16 or 26 point range here so far. If I'm not mistaken, $11:30. The fun begins. 11:30, 12. Yeah. So, be on alert. Be on high alert, I would say. Not funny. They're going to tag out the new all-time high again. Well, context seems to be switching up. It's still a pretty balanced profile, but they've got this all-time high up here, and they seem to be liking the hell out of that thing. Much to my chagrin. Pretty account friendly, huh? Here's the day so far. Both targets. T1 and scratch right there. Little deceptive where the balls go below, or the indicator little marker goes below the candle, but in reality, but this is the entry. So on T1, that was the stop. So in every one of these, except here, where there was no T1, this is a full stop on both contracts. But each one of these others is a T1, 12 ticks, because I'm trailing on T1. It immediately trails to break even. That's based on backtested data, and I can show you that in a little bit when we talk about the backtest story, if that's of interest to anyone. They finally got that the book map finally got recorded the VPOC migration just now. This happened long ago. It happened about 10:35. It happened right back here. 10:35, right about there is when this VPOC migration actually happened. IRT spotted it. So I don't know. I assume it's got to do with maybe some inconsistency in the volume profile. I don't know. Mean or no? Now the micro, the VPOC migrations and all these other things have nothing to do with nothing to do with the trading system. Right now we're waiting. The trade that would be left to zero out here would be the short. So we need a B and then a trigger, and then that would be that. I'm going to put some medicine in my eyes and get out and let those babies relax a little bit. I'll be back to flash. Remember, it's 2 minutes till potential risk. Trump meeting with the populist favorite in Venezuela, Machado, I think it is, the lady who won this Peace Prize anyway, the Nobel Prize. You can bet there'll be a lot to be said about that. And then 12 o'clock is Ms. Levitt's press conference. Well, there's the 1300. And we are definitely not qualifying for a 12-to-1 statistic or trade today. So there's that. Excuse me. I'd point out the significance of the fact that we were exactly on the open. So this entire exercise has been one of just retail soup. This thing's just trading along merrily over here. And still just scratching out. Well, not scratching out, just taking the T1s, except for here where I took that trade. There's my first trade that I actually took in Bookmap, and I've stepped aside and just let this play out to see what happens here. So there's this T1, T1, full stop, T1, T1, and stop. What does that say immediately? That we're just in a chop fest. Anytime you can have 3 or 4 or 5 IB trades in a day, what's that doing? It's just slamming back and forth. And that's just exactly what they're doing. I assume that Ms. Levitt is over with. Let's see here. No. Yeah, just got over. Here we go. And what kind of... So I'm not seeing any new stuff. Trump in as well. No. Oh, that's only going to start in another 20 minutes. So, well, there, be real careful, huh? Be real careful. Oh boy, well, this is likely, it's very definitely no trade for me the rest of the day. And as I'm looking over some of the static boys, there's I suppose a few losers in the crowd. Well, I'll go through the backtesting stuff at top of the hour, to 1400 like usual. And this is just a day when I would recommend extreme caution. And an IB failure off the bottom and an IB failure off the top. That's a double IB, which is, I think, about well, first of all, it should be the ultimate signal to watch out for a rotational day, you know, just mean reversion day. And second of all, I think it's about a 32 point something or another percent probability. Right there, it's 26.6% probability in this opening context. You see how they've highlighted the... Wow, look at that. We didn't ever revisit the overnight volume point of control. That's pretty incredible. We did the overnight high, nor the mid. Wow. That's pretty incredible. So this is a really good day to practice your self-control, I think. Your discipline. Or just, I don't know, I don't even think about it as discipline. If a trade presents itself, it's take it. If it does not, there's nothing to do. It's not a matter of discipline or not. I don't believe. Be a really heads up at the bottom of the hour here. There could be some random news thing that hits us. Trump is meeting with Machado. So that's going to be, if nothing else, it's going to be a major microphone moment and camera moment, whatever. So I'm pretty sure that's going to be have numerous sound bites. NQ's looking at the bottom down here. I think this is a really good opportunity to practice. Understand that there are three positions in trading: long, short, and flat. This is a pretty good flat one. Now the meeting with Machado and Trump is supposed to happen at 13:30, which is right about now. Wonder what the system thought of that. Well, it's amazing, isn't it, how dependable some of these guys can be. I think that's a pretty unlikely short, but you never know. Taking advantage of that. Do some pull-ups and push-ups and curls and stuff like that. Try to keep a little shape going on here when there's nothing to do. Yeah. If any of this is, yeah, interesting to you. There you go. notice that this overnight point of control is also the naked volume point of control from yesterday, or from 2 days ago, sorry. What am I doing? What the hell is that? There we go. Now you're the right color. So that's not correct. Right there. I don't know how that can be doing that. This bar should be down bar. The rules are that I'll have to check again, but you know, all day long it's been doing the right thing. As I said earlier, the previous to signal bar needs to be a higher open than a close, and the signal bar needs to be a higher open than a close. And now we have a B for a pullback. Let's see what happens. Now if they come down and catch a trigger down here, that would be a mean reversion pullback. And I'm absolutely not taking any of these trades because random risk band is performing live on stage. And in a second here, if we get a tap into the signal, into the trigger, well then we should have our trigger signal like right here, only it'll be a green one at the top. The other alternative is it goes. That's an interesting idea I didn't think about. What would happen if this just goes right straight down to the signal down here? We would get a B signal for this low side. That ought to be it. And it is. You see, they went long right there. Sorry. I'm busy watching this chart and getting all interested, and then I'm not paying attention to what screen's streaming. So here was the A, the B, trigger, and we're in the trade. It's long right there. We did just pick up that overnight volume point of control. That's first. That stat has been visited all day. So I hope it's good wherever you are. About 55 and sunny here, it says. That's C. I'm sorry. F. About 9C. So, there you go. What's going on over here? Hassett concludes remarks. I didn't know he was giving them. What an interesting comment. I'm tough enough to win an argument at the Fed. Wouldn't it be interesting if he said, I'm intelligent and I am qualified enough to participate in decisions at the Fed? Because I don't imagine they argue a lot. Just a guess. What a confrontational bunch of dickheads. Jesus. Sorry. Just frustrates the hell out of me. This mentality. And if it's going to keep dropping, so as I said, 5 minutes before the, 25 after, watch the bottom of the hour. There's no way I'd be getting along down here anywhere. It's just so crazy. Such an interesting dynamic where some Fed guy is acting like a tough guy, Jesus. Now, I'm sure most of those guys get out of the shower to piss, for crying out loud. Except we'll give it up for Powell. He's a big deadhead. I think that's so funny. Early in his, I guess he must be about my age or young, maybe a little younger, but he was a quite well-versed and follower of the Grateful Dead. Little interesting tidbit for you. Definitely no place to play down here. If they fall out of bed and he says the wrong thing, this thing could go like Kelsey's nuts to the bottom. Remember that this is the close from yesterday's RTH. We've got all that upside, all that liquidity and stuff that was in there. Need to remember that. Got all this room right here. That's all overnight trade. Now we're chewing into it. Here's the close. Now something looks completely off here. Oh no. Here's the previous high, right? So this would be the something's wrong with this data. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong freaking chart. I'm looking at the end. I'm looking at the NQ football. Here's another reason why I'm not trading. What we want to maybe get up here to the right instrument, or jump over here. There's that gap. Previous high. Boy, I'll tell you, if somebody was, I'm sure there's plenty of internet guru rearview mirror guys that knew very definitely to short up here. And they're pretty happy. I was short right there, by the way. And I'm pretty happy. And that was all live, real-time, real funded trading right there, and narrated and analyzed in full time, second by second, including the entry and the trailing stops and what be in the it will be in the chapter markers in the description. Can follow along minute by minute. That's pretty amazing. Oh, this thing's all wrong. News is all wrong. They've got Trump meets Venezuela's Machado at 1400. It's already done and she's already left. At first, this was 1330. She's already met with him and has left the White House. Right here. Her meeting took approximately 6 minutes, apparently. That's the Nobel Peace Prize winner, who he vehemently does not like because of that. Interesting, huh? She is the huge opposition leader in Venezuela and endorser of, and I think partner to or something, the man who won the last presidential election, popular election, and who was prevented from taking office by Maduro. It's pretty weird. Yet we leave the existing Maduro vice president and all of those enforcer people in power and call them the new regime. I don't really understand it. Pretty strange for me. I don't think it makes any sense. I think that's the way I don't understand. They're getting some nice south side here on them. I have no idea what this kind of trade is doing to the system here. Well, here we are at 1400, the world famous power hour. So far, one trade for me today. Right here. Live AMP, live funded account, funded by me, not by a prop outfit or anything like that. And there's the outcome of it, and here is the detail of that. It's pretty funny how they did down to the millisecond. Or whatever this, whatever that is. Hours, minutes, seconds, milliseconds, I guess. With regard to the entry and exit times, and total time in was 6 minutes and 12 seconds, and 185 milliseconds. MFE and MAE. And there we are. And that was signaled by, and why I took it was, whoa, right there. And there's the result of the trade. And then it all went crazy over here, and I'm just busy watching what's going on with the market, which is not my cup of tea, but it's jumping and jiving, that's for sure. So, yeah. Well, typically, I guess I've explained enough times. I don't know. often I need to go over these things. I know Tom has made a few comments before and others about, I repeat myself a lot because of new people. I don't know. It would be great to know about that. Know if it was necessary or not. I don't know how to figure that out. So basically, my philosophy about trading business is, and the way I'm approaching this is, I believe, based on the methodology of the most successful traders in the business and the business model of the gaming industry from the point of view of the house, that the way to approach a random market, which is essentially what we have here, stop and think about it. There's several million people expressing their opinion and their wishes and desires at any 1 second in this market. Number two, it's a 50-50 binary event. This market can only go up or down. It cannot go sideways, diagonal, horizontal, anything. Time is what we put on it to produce the timeline so that we can draw a chart. Otherwise, it just go up and down and up and down and up and down and up and down. Kind of like market profile to an extent, but. So, I believe the approach is to establish a pattern that repeats frequently, and I've chosen the initial balance trades, the initial balance statistics, and then worked up the rules that I think justify or qualify an entry, and then code up that system and backtest it. And backtest it over a large enough sample size that you're out, there's no question about random distribution, and mathematically calculate whether that has a positive edge or expectancy or not. So that's exactly what I'm doing. And I'm doing that right here. This is the trading system, initial balance. These are the rules required. Now, this group of rules right here is kind of a little misleading. These rules are the statistics for the trades, but this second set is to adjust these flags used to drive the signal markers here on this chart, whatever chart, but this one at the moment. So that looks a little bit overpowering, but if you could take out every other one of those, and it wouldn't affect the trading system at all. It would just, these system markers wouldn't exist, or be random or all over. Anyway. And they are not even, the signal markers are not even in the part of the rule set. They're up here. These are just flags to set V-pound variables, which are these guys up here. So it's, that's just an aside, but it may be interesting. Anyway, back to the business at hand. These are the trade and trade management rules, entry and trade management rules. The way any system has to work in order to be statistically significant. When you backtest, there can be no variation, no discretion, this rule is close enough. Normally we got to go above and below. Let's just go on it. No, you can't do any of that stuff when you're vetting a trade. So, therefore, I think the computer is the only way to go. You can try it manually. I tried. Impossible, as far as I'm concerned. And anybody that says they have done that, I have to raise my eyebrow, because you imagine that you can mentally qualify every one of these rules over every 1 minute bar and define whether it is exactly, that criteria has been met exactly or not. and then capture and note all that down in an Excel sheet or something seems pretty daunting, huh? So what I do then is you set up the backtest, instrument, contracts, session, reports you want to see. How many days are you going to backtest? I'm going to go back 500 days. So I'm going to, just a second. So I am going to run a backtest, which means the system is going to evaluate every one of these rules exactly, precisely, over every 1 minute bar, or whichever periodicity you select, back 500 trading days. And that's going to take 8 seconds. It evaluated every one of these rules over every 1 minute bar, and there are 223,528 1 minute bars in 498 days. What is the outcome? Well, there's 1,152 trades, longs, shorts. Total of $24,223 gross profit, 780 winners, max winner, average winner, 222 losers, average loser. It's a 2.7 risk to reward ratio and a 67% win rate according to this. Now this does a little different because if you notice here, well actually it's about right. 728 and 20, so that's 802 is 1,000. There's going to be a few scratches there. So that's a little bit off, and there are 37 consecutive winners in a row and 6 consecutive losers. And last but not least, maybe. Oh. So irritating. This is so irritating. IRT just gets hung up thinking about stuff when, remember, it's still trading over here. So it's doing a few things at the same time, and it doesn't like that. Anyway, let it think for a second. You can go through every trade of 1,152 trades and see the exact entry time, exit, strategy name, exit rules that were applied or not. And pretty soon, there we go. And the results. in terms of dollars, because IRT doesn't work with ticks, and there's no way I can change it. That's a real back test. And then you can take that data and I analyze it over here. And here, for example, I filtered this out because I wanted to see all of the trades which had extremely high win rate, loss rate, expectancy, overall gross profit that had the basic. And the way this is real simple, right? Each one of these is a back test. Each one of these is 495 days, 1,100 trades. This particular one of 21 days is for the trading days of December, actually and accurately. Then there's, a 12 tick stop, 12 tick T1, T2, and in this case, I wanted to see the results for at T1 trail to break even or to entry, which I did manually over here today because the results are phenomenal. That is clearly the winner results as far as, and I've got over 100 and something of these back tests. This has just been filtered. So I know very definitely what to expect. I know how many losers in a row to expect. I know how many winners in a row I should look forward to. Expectancy, and et cetera, et cetera. That's what I'm doing. So there you go. And there we took out that close the gap. And they are gonna hammer this thing all the way down, I guess. So there's that gap. I'll do my workflow here, which is when a number or something is no longer active, I change the text to black. We got a lot of them right there, didn't we? I'm sure that somebody's pleased about that. And what's that look like in Ville? Well, there you are. You see, there's yesterday, and there's today. Now, if they can get down a little further, I will include these 2 days in a new profile. We did close this gap by about 2 ticks. And that's kind of I don't know, that's a crapshoot, right? Or a coin flip or whatever else. As I talk about in the pre-market, this is a day session or RTH session. These are daily candlesticks. Wherever price overlaps, I pull a volume profile around them, as you can see here. Now, this is not, in my opinion, overlapping. And this better hurry or it's not going to be either. That's just me. Do whatever you think is right for you. You know? They're still looking at the RTH close down there. And settlement, we haven't gotten near settlement yet either. Remember that the market goes up to go down and goes down to go up. That's really important. And we're going to have the market recap, the bottom of the hour, and then market on close and balance at sometime 1450. There you go. What happened? What happened? And remember that trading in futures anyway is a zero-sum game. There can never be more sellers than buyers. Anytime you hear somebody say that, you know right away they're talking out their ass. They're transacted with contracts requiring a buyer and a seller, one each. There can never be more of one than the other. What does that mean? Or how does, maybe more importantly, how does the market go up or down? It's by aggression. If sellers are more aggressive than buyers, they cross the inside market and hit the bid. The market goes down. If buyers are more aggressive than sellers, they cross the inside market and lift the ask or raise the ask. The market goes up. Never is there more of one than the other. Full stop. What else does that mean? Well, think about it for a minute. Every time the market, for every one of the contracts that does this, sell, 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 sell. Somebody's on the other side of every one of those transactions buying. How does that entity, whoever they are, make money? By going up. The market goes down to go up, goes up to go down, goes down to go up, goes up to go down, goes down to go up, goes. What's going to happen now? Over the long period, obviously we know that the market goes up. It tends to go up until a major correction, and then they start over, kind of like walking up the stairs and jumping out the window. But in the intraday, the world that we live in and trade in, it is, well, in all worlds, it's a zero-sum game. And I realize that futures are used to hedge options, and there's all that stuff. But even an options trader, do they want to lose money? No. So that's something to bear in mind. I think I keep it in the front of my head all the time. Every time you're getting all excited, and well, like I was, sold, down we go, selling we go. I get out. Fortunately for me, what did I do? I bought, right? That's how you got rid of these. I took the other side of somebody's trade with this stop or this target. Got down here and bunch of people selling down there, and they didn't get anywhere. So all of a sudden this starts to happen. I'm sorry, right here. And here we are now. Oh, huh. Running out of desktop over here. So I'll dunk a couple more green tea bag-a-roonies here. Snack on some pistachios. Unsalted. My wife is so conscientious. A, B, trigger. Didn't meet the criteria to get in. A, B. All we needed was a touch right here. That would have been lovely. And it's 33, so there's not going to be any entries or exits because there's an end of day rule here that flattens everything out. I have it set at 1430 right now. So, yeah. Damn. The recap. Well, ought to be pretty obvious what happened. We gapped up. We didn't close the gap until about 15 minutes ago. And they traded the hell out of them. At 1:30 when thereabouts. I suppose news having something to do with it. Down we went. no real, I don't see any real, deep insight to take about today. It's a good day to stick to your rules and don't overtrade, as is every day. There's our trading day. There's yesterday's high. We took back that overnight, finally. Squared up that inventory. Similar on the NASDAQ. This is considered a P-shaped profile, which is short covering in the the parlance of market profile. And here we are down here. I'll have to think long and hard tonight in the crossover if I am going to extend this market profile, a new one around these two, pull this one across, stand by and wait what happens, see what happens tomorrow being Friday. So what are we doing for volume? I'm betting high. 115, not as high as yesterday. Yesterday we were trading about 140% over. This is over 20 days. And we're at 275 ATR for the 1 minute right here. We did finally pick up a bunch of those statistics that was, until a few minutes ago, were flat. I think, look at here. Look at all of them that we took out within the last 45 minutes. That's pretty incredible. The IRT changes the text at blue when the level's been revisited. That's pretty funny. Here, watch this. Oh, if I can do this somehow. Okay. Here was 118. We had the IB high, the overnight high, IB high, and IB low. And that's it. Now look at it. That's pretty crazy. I posted that somewhere else. So, yeah, there we go. Well, let's look at the picture for tomorrow. First of all, we have no 3-star critical reports or numbers out tomorrow that I see here. What's the earnings doing? Okay, there is PNC. We're still in the financials on the earnings report, our earnings session now. Next week we'll have, anybody big? Still financials, Visa, yeah, still pretty much financials next week. Economic. This is investing.com, by the way, and it's free. You can filter it to whatever time zone or whatever you want, and you'll notice that it has all these. They've just redone the format, and I don't like it, but the core piece is still the same. But now they've got all the ad crap going everywhere. It didn't used to be there, or at least I don't think so. Hadn't noticed, which I'm pretty sure I would. So next week, what do we have for reports? Thursday, GDP, initial jobless, core PCE, S&P PMI, and maybe CPI for Europe. Okay. So this is investing.com. The other source that I use is Financial Juice, which is this one. The docket is similar in that they have, you can filter it and pick reports, etc. The difference here is that Financial Juice picks up these things along here, which are non-economic release related, but they hit the schedule. Now this is pretty interesting because there was this big story with Trump meeting with the Machado, and they've taken that clear out of here because it was a nothing. You notice down here it was a nothing meeting. I mean, she had come and gone before. She had come and gone before the meeting was even supposed to happen. It was supposed to be at 1:30. Did the meeting only take 6 minutes? And she was out of the White House in 11 minutes? That's the head of the opposition of Venezuela and the Nobel Peace Prize. So we all know that Trump is, livid beside himself about the Nobel Peace Prize. And I suppose this was a snub, maybe. I don't know. Or how can that be? How can you have a meaningful meeting in 6 minutes? But anyway, that's the world we live in, I guess. So here is the squawk box side of life, and this is where we'll see the market on close imbalance orders. I don't see any. I have to pay attention to the reports in particular because CPI announced next week, PPI, non-farm and FOMC. Those reports or economic releases trigger a huge increase in day rate margins. No problem, you just plan on it. But the thing that's really important to understand or to know about that, if it affects you, first of all, get a hold of your broker if you really have one. If you're trading a prop firm, it doesn't matter. Get a hold of your broker if you have one and don't know this already, which I'm sure you must. In my case with AMP, that increase to 25% of total of, notional starts at 1700 in the evening. So in other words, if there was a report tomorrow that was going to have the increased leverage or margin, that increase in margin would go into effect this afternoon at 1700 when the ETH session opened. And it would stay in effect through the entire night until after the report, and then 10 or 15 minutes after the numbers are out, I get an email that says margins are restored. But if you don't know that and you think you're going to put on a quick little trade in the overnight, in the evening or something, you could get a real unpleasant margin call. This is assuming that your account is of a size that doesn't qualify for the margin that you're planning on. In other words, and in this case, for example, the margin, the typical day trade margin for the EF is $400. The increased amount, you've got to have $5,945 in your account to trade one mini contract. So, smaller accounts that were trading more than one or trading one could get in trouble pretty quick. So that's something to think about. So we got 7 minutes till the market on close and balance. And here we are. Boom, bang, crash. Let's see what happened today. I'm happy. So I'm, got no problem. Eat my pistachios and crunch in your ear. No, I'll mute them. And get that market on closing balance in about a minute and a half. Remember, yesterday was 1.1 billion 800 and change million S&P contracts. Interesting to see what it is today. So about 15 seconds here. Interesting to see the reaction, if any, over here. Yesterday it was fair. And there we have it. That's not much of a reaction. See if when they put the news across. Yeah. 1,494,000,000 sell side S&P. Yesterday it was 1,800,000,000 and some million buy side. Now it's sell side. NASDAQ 100, 847 million sell, 745 million sell the Dow, and 592 million sell the Mag 7. Sell side and bounce across the board. Oh, there you go. There you have it. There you have it. They're still fluffling around down here. So, it's important, just as important as all the other stuff that we have in our office, to recognize that the most critical tool, piece of equipment you've got in your office is sitting on your side of the monitor. And that's really a serious statement. Think about all the time and money and effort we put into monitors and setups and software and indicators and psychology and on and on and on. If you're not healthy, if your eyes aren't working and your brain's not processing the data, you're out of business. Absolutely. You need to be well rested, well hydrated, fit as you can be. Exercise regularly. Don't be on emotional tilt. The people that we trade against every day in the higher time frame are some of the smartest, most educated, and extremely well-funded entities ever. And their one mission in life is to take your money. Not you specifically, but you know what I mean. That to make money, and remember that it is a zero-sum game. So when somebody makes money, somebody loses money. You need to be real aware of that. And so that means, get away from these screens, get up, go outside, rest your eyes, short focus, that's huge. We stare at these screens all day long, and the short focus muscles in our eyes are in continual tension. You need to get up, focus down the street, focus down the horizon, wherever, peek over the neighbor's backyard, whatever it is. Focus out to the distance. Horizon's best. Get some natural light. And do that every day if you're going to make a business out of this. If it's a video game or gambling and it's just fun and an adrenaline rush, good for you. That's great too. However you approach it is up to you, but that's my advice. So there you go. Got about 5.5 minutes left here. I'm going to shut the stream down at the top of the hour, which is the cash close at 1500, as I do every day, and be back tomorrow at 0800 for the pre-market and the setup and whatever the day presents. All right, and as we approach that final minute, have a great night. Have a great night, and I'm trying to see if the streaming music is being covered up by the so quiet. I can't believe that. Huh. Yeah. I can't do two things at once, so excuse me. I hope you did well today and that you didn't get hammered. It was an environment where that was easy to do. It was really just a chop fest until the last little while. So get away from the screens, take a deep breath. Have a look at what they're doing over here now. We're getting kind of a little bit of a market on close imbalance up here. Market on close. What do they call that? Closing swing trade, maybe, I guess it is. Anyway, have a great one, and I am gonna check it to you. We got 7 hours and 31 seconds on